Alright, that should be now live. Alright, we're back again for another severe weather day. Let me pause, not pause, mute Brand Comic stream so I can talk a little bit here, and well, kind of hear my voice a little bit here while I'm talking. We have another enhanced risk outline for today, which the main threats being there is a SIG-2 in Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin, and then there's SIG-2 for a 10% for tornadoes, which is EF3 intensity tornadoes or intense tornadoes, and then outside of that is a SIG-1, which there's 10% areas, 5%, and even some 2% areas with the SIG-1 for EF2 intensity tornadoes, which are strong tornadoes. And then there's also the same case with the 5 and 2% areas for strong tornadoes between Texas, Oklahoma, and even Kansas as well. And then outside of that, we do have 2%. There's actually, interestingly enough, there's actually 2% up here with the SIG-1, which I didn't mention in the community post I posted earlier today, but that is there. And then we also have a SIG-2 for very large hail between the same areas, basically in the same areas that we have the SIG-2 for tornadoes, which so far we really have. I mean, we saw a couple tornadoes today in Iowa, back over near Eldora, which were some brief but weak tornadoes. And now we're back to having another tornado warning ongoing in Iowa, which we just had I don't know if it's so much as a merger as it is a nudger that is nudging this cell here, which there's a potential we could see a tornado out of this thing if this does have a favorable nudger, but we'll see. This tornado warning showing for an hour. This is also warned for 2-inch size hail. There's the severe dust warning on outside of it is warned for golf ball size hail. There's also other severe dust warnings. There's one out here, which is warned for tennis ball size hail, and then there's a couple of them, actually a few of them in Wisconsin. This one's also warned for baseball size hail, and we also got a couple other ones, which this one used to be warned for baseball size hail, but then they brought it down to $half size hail, and then this one has been warned with quarter size hail for a while now. A lot of these are going for an hour. I mean, just looking at radar in general, which we do have discrete cells. A lot of these are kind of growing upscale, which is one of the main reasons why we didn't see that moderate today, is because the Storm Prediction Center was like, all right, we're probably not going to issue a moderate risk just due to the case of storm mode today, because storm mode is, well, one of the main concerns when it came to the severe threat today. Anyways, now to look at chat. Hello, Party Cheese. Welcome, welcome. Oh, literally all day, like, between the buildings I had my classes in and my dorm room, it has been like, it's warm. I'm like, bro, can they turn? I think I talked about this during the live stream, but can they turn on the air, man? It would be great, because then I'm not having to rely on my fan that's up here to cool things down. One thing that when it comes to at least Northern Illinois, a lot of the threat here that's been kind of keeping storms from firing is a cap that's been in place. So that's the reason why we really haven't seen storms in Illinois, but we have seen storms in Iowa and Wisconsin, which I'm not surprised. Which I kind of figured that Wisconsin would get storms. I don't know if I don't know. I don't remember if the cams showed stuff firing off in Iowa. It might have. And I'm warm now. Man, after I was just talking about being warm out, I'm actually like warm. I have to bring down my fan and put it like right here. Which I think for right now, I mean, Des Moines looks like it has somewhat a good view, and then you got La Crosse. La Crosse doesn't have a good view of this, so Davenport has the better view right now when it comes to this tornado warning cell. And I am bringing down my fan. Holy. what that screech noise was. Alright, you guys gotta hear my fan blowing about into the microphone as I'm talking. So yeah, so if you hear the rumble, that is my fan. And now they updated the severe dust warning to tennis ball sized hail as well. Which actually, hold on 1 second. Let me go over to. Hold on a second. Let me. Because I'm hoping it set itself to the right thing this time here. Hold on 1 second. Go over to. Alright, this is setting. Yes, okay, cool. It's actually going to the right page this time and not the other web browser tab I have. Because I have two different. I don't know if like two different windows, I guess you could say, for my web browser. One for all the YouTube. One for YouTube stuff, and then the other for, well, YouTube and Twitter, and then the other for, well, we're looking at right now. Yeah, we got quite a few hail ports out there right now. On unfiltered, we got 38 hail, 8 of those being large, and then on filtered, 18 hail, 4 large, and 1 tornado port, 3 wind reports. So, I mean, the wind reports have been outside of our risk area so far for the most part. So, yeah. And then here's the meso analysis. Definitely, I mean, you got a lot of instability out here in Illinois still. We got dew points. I mean, it's warm out here, and we also do have a lot of moisture out here. Let me take a look at surface observations. Yeah, there we go. Got some there 82 over 65, 83 over 66, 79 over 67, 78 over 67 over Rockford, and then you got 82 over 65 over near O'Hare. So yeah. We could actually take a look at the GR2 analysis as well, because GR2 analysis I do have. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Because GR2 analysis, you can see all the reports on here. I know we could probably pull up Radar Omega, but right now I do want to just take a look at GR2 analysis when it comes to the storm reports, like individual storm reports. Actually, probably could just take a look at Radar Omega, actually. Hold on. Alright, so here's Radar Omega. I'll take away the alerts and stuff real quick. And we'll go to satellite. So you can see you got clusters of hail reports and a couple tornado reports, and here clusters of, wow, I am great at drawing. Got cluster of hail reports here and all these here. So far, these are the clusters of storm reports that we've had so far. I'm not surprised that we've had a lot of hail reports coming out of Cedar Falls and Waterloo, considering those are, I mean, they're very populated areas. So, and populated areas are typically got to have higher hail reports and even wind reports and all that compared to your typical rural area. So, even over here in Wisconsin, a lot of hail reports. But yeah. All right. Anyways, go back over to our currently warned tornado warned storm, and I'm unmute Brand Cop Extreme so I can hear what's going on and see what's going on. This does have a hook on it. So far, we really haven't seen anything with this producing any tornadoes yet, so. It does make me wonder with how many, well, actually we got this cell over near Mount Hope that could be a concern at some point, but. It does make me wonder how much of the tornadoes that we're really going to see pan out today. Because so far, we've had only a couple. We had a couple tornadoes back over here due to it being long, because I think the warm front's over here, so it had enhanced vorticity, which is spin. Let me go over to, because I do need to update my Google site here real quick. Alright, this just got updated. Not sure what specifically got updated though. I think it got, oh yeah, okay, so it just got condensed like a tiny bit. So like a tiny bit of Littleton got like removed from the tornado warning, but not by much. Bro, this desk, okay. This desk is big, but it also feels like I have no room where I'm trying to put some of the stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna put my watch and my keys and all that up there. That's a lot easier than just putting it over here on the side where my mouse is at. Now we'll go back up to, I think it was Lacrosse's radar. That was, yeah, Lacrosse's radar. Potentially something on this storm, but I don't think that's, I mean, it could be rotation, but I don't think it is, because it's kind of, because we have red on this side compared to this side here. So that could be some type of downburst. And, okay, we actually have a cell here near Prairie Duchesne? And White Corners over there has a hook on it too that is rotating too. So I do wonder if our shear is starting to improve, because I would think our lower level jet is starting to not exit, but make its way into here. Yeah, and also a shortwave is starting to make its way in as well. So I'll go back over to the meso analysis real quick. So here's your 700 millibar, which is where you would find a shortwave. And here's your 850 millibar, which is basically your boundary layer. This is the one thing I think is definitely got to eventually start enhancing our wind shear eventually probably within the next hour or two. Because we probably have, I mean, we have storms that are probably just rotating, but aren't able to get that like rotation down to the surface because of the lack of shear. Oh, I got a hiccup. Oh, back over to Davenport's. Even from Davenport's radar, these two cells here are it's picking up on rotation too. Even though it's, I mean, from Davenport's radar, it'd be kind of far, so it's gonna be rotational off, but still. I don't know. I must have fat fingered my keyboard because I put Iowa tornado warning C, a C at the end of the tornado warning. What am I? Ow. Oh, let me go back to Davenport. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's quite, I mean, there's probably some contamination in there, but definitely some strong rotation in there for sure. Yeah, even looking at, I mean, tilt 2 was behind by a few minutes, but I mean, you can definitely tell there's definitely some rotation. I mean, you definitely tell there's rotation in there, so. Looking at Spire Network, there's quite a few storm chasers on this road. As some interesting presentation from both these radars. One for the one Davenport and Lacrosse's radar. Lacrosse's radar shows there's not much of a hook on this thing, but Davenport does show there is rotation on this thing. Well, they both show some type of rotation, but Davenport would be a loft for the most part. This all looks like it lost its hook that it had earlier. And hearing from Brad Copper Stream, someone over the radio is talking about a rope tornado coming down on this tornado warning storm here. Let me take a look at storm relative, because I do wonder if we have some type of rotation just west over near Jessup again. Definitely a tight ear rotation. To see what else we have out here in places like Wisconsin as well. The cell up here near Lafarge definitely could be one to watch for here, because this would be your inflow, this would be your hook down here. Let me take a look at the environment up here, if I can get to the meso analysis that is. Let's see. QT, photograph. Yeah, I mean, there is an environment there where it's got a curved photo. It's not the world's biggest curvature, though, but there is some curvature in here. Let's see what the shear looks like. 0 to 1, 19, shear, 19 knots to shear, 0 to 3, 28. Although, looking at the latest on the mesoanalysis, the surface of 1 kilometer looks like it has improved in this area here. So that'll be interesting to see how that will affect the storms in this area that are kind of clustered right now. Take a look here. See how our rotation is progressing on this thing. It seems like we have strong rotation. I would not be surprised if we get extension on us towards the east. Looking at chat here. I'll be honest, I don't really know Spanish. And I don't know how well, because Firefox says translate selection to English, so I don't know how well this guy, because I don't know how well this guy translate to English. Let's see here. And the Jarl Perico checks it because there are thunderstorms north of. Not sure how to pronounce that name there. Aricabo? All that part there can be activated. Certain social media communicator. You can see vertical storm zone. What? From thunderstorms around northwest Perico looks at. So I'm guessing, from what I'm getting from the translation here, from this, I don't know if Google, Google, I know Firefox uses Google Translate or some, but from what I'm getting is there are thunderstorms over in Puerto Rico. And there's now a tornado warning up in Wisconsin. And they also extended a tornado warning over in Iowa as well. Wow, okay, yeah, this is, this warning for baseball-sized hail and a tornado warning, which this tornado warning includes Madison, Cottage Grove, Maple Bluff, town of Westport, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. So yeah, I think at this point, I think we definitely are starting to see our shear starting to improve. And our storms are starting to kind of rotate, which is probably why we're starting to see more storms starting to rotate, essentially. Because you need shear of all. I mean, you can have vorticity. So if a storm goes along like a warm front, essentially, that the warm front has vorticity, which is spin. So the storm will use that vorticity from the warm front, and then. Not always, but it can produce a tornado. We've seen that many times before. I think Michigan from last year would be a good example of that. Pearl Apostle tag also got added to this as well. Yeah, we definitely got a strong rotation on this. Alright, so now for the extension of the tornado warning down here in Iowa. Which includes Petersburg, Greeley, Dundee, Manchester, Delaware, Delhi, Rockville, Dyersville. And I don't know if I mentioned Dundee, but Dundee is also included within a tornado warning as well. Wow, that is every scan that's coming in, that is definitely some tight rotation, although we don't really, as I'm aware, because I mean I haven't heard anything from Brand Comic Stream, so we don't. as far as I know, we don't have a tornado on this thing yet. I have to start checking between two different radar apps now. Did they add a? Oh, they didn't. Well, they didn't add a tornado pulse tag on us, but there is rotation on it. It's looking a little bit better in terms of a supercell here that's rotating. And we also have a severe dose here for, I think this. Oh no, this is actually upgraded to baseball size hail now, compared to it being at the 2-inch size hail it was at earlier. Tight rotation, and still looks like we have rotation here, although it looks a little bit contaminated with the velocities here. So once again, don't really. I mean, from what I'm seeing on Brad Cop stream, this thing would be rain wrapped and very difficult to see. Let me take a look at Brad Arnold's stream as well. Actually, or Corey Gherkin's stream. One of the two. I don't know. They're both there. If it's a storm to the south, that's got to merge with this thing. Which, we'll see how much that affects the cell that's tornado warned right now. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on 1 second. There is a new mesoscale discussion. Why? Okay, that's why. I didn't turn on, the audio alerts for IEM, because I'm like, why am I not getting any alerts for IEM? But then I realized, because I never turned on the sound. Alright, so here is the mesoscale discussion. Here is the 140 and 170 they have for peak intensity. It's going towards the Wisconsin Dells area with this cell, this particular cell that they highlighted here. And large hail and damaging wind. The tornado threat, I would not be surprised if you have a big concern coming with that. Trying to figure out where the. I feel like I should know where Wisconsin Dells at this point is, but considering I've been there multiple times, but you know. Wow, yeah, that is quite the hook that this thing had. and then it went outflow dominant. So I'm not sure what particularly happened there. There is this little shower here that is making its way north, so we'll see what happens with that. I just realized I've been on mesoscale discussion the entire time. So this cell right here, which definitely had a big old hook on it, and then went outflow dominant. And there's this shower that I was talking about, which I think could be a could be something that could merge into this, and then kind of nudge it into something, but we'll see. Because you can have outflow dominant storms that go in an outflow storm that ends up forming a inflow region and then producing a tornado. Alright, they condensed the tornado warning, but we still have an ongoing tornado warning, which covers Cottage Grove, Pumpkin Hollow, Sun Prairie, and Pebble Valley. Yeah, this is, if we ever have a tornado produced on this thing, it's going to be very, very rain-wrapped at this point. Or, just straight up just rain-wrapped for the most part. With this particular cell. Got another series this morning. This is for ping pong size hail, 6 mile per wind, pictorial pile tag on this too. Surprised they never put a pictorial pile tag on this thing though. I don't know if it's because the amount of storms around it, so everything's so upscale or what. Yeah, keep an eye on that cell there. Go back over to, I'm gonna go see what Corey's seeing. Definitely, basically what's like an inflow tail, essentially. And it seems like there is a lowering on this thing. Also, I was gonna ask, I don't know how much you guys can hear. I mean, probably can't hear, but I don't know how much of the fan you can hear to my left over here. Just blowing air at my face right now because it's trying to make sure I'm not overheating in my own room. We got storms to the southwest and southeastern Iowa now too. See if we got anything in terms of close out that mesoscale discussion. Definitely getting a lot of hill ports, no doubt about that. And we have a observed tornado now. Who confirmed this one here? Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Alright, so we have a confirmed tornado in Wisconsin. It's going to be for Fenimore, Preston, Montfort, and Centerville in Wisconsin. And I'm hearing from Brand Copperstream. Someone saw the tornado on this one apparently too, which I would not be surprised if. I mean, if we do have a tornado, I would not be surprised if we have it in over near Masonville potentially. Although we don't. I mean, We could potentially have a weaker one, considering we don't have a deep CC yet. But how far are we? We're a couple minutes behind on CC and all that right now. So we'll see with the next couple scans or so. See what this thing is doing in terms of radar presentation, I guess. And we have another mesoscale discussion coming out soon as well from the Storm Prediction Center, which is for the other tornado watch down here. Which there's a severe tornado warning down here for 60 and 1-inch hail, 61-inch hail. There's one down here in Texas for golf ball size hail and 7. Actually, no, wait, that's just got upgraded to now tennis ball size hail and 7 mile per hour winds. And then that was on 1 inch and 60. So once again, we have a ongoing tornado in Wisconsin. It's going east towards Fenimore and then just east of Lancaster Junction. This is the first tornado of the day in Wisconsin. Not the first tornado of the day, though. The first tornado that we had today was back in Iowa. And I think we now have another one in Iowa as well. According to what's, I don't know who is seeing the particular tornado, but there's a storm chaser that is seeing a tornado. Alright, that tornado warning just got condensed, and this is now observed as well. So we now have a confirmed tornado as well on this one here. The law enforcement confirmed tornado located over Masonville. So this is indeed over Masonville. Right where we have this area rotation. So we have 2 tornadoes ongoing, one in Iowa and then the other in Wisconsin. We have 4 tornado warnings going on. One is actually, well, one would be an extension of another. Does seem like there's a very good visual on this tornado. Although Brandon Kopic is a little bit further ahead compared to the other storm chasers, I think. Although there is Jaden out here, so he's even further east of the tornado. Like, see, if you guys see me like doing this, I'm like trying to see what these storm chasers are seeing. Although, maybe I won't be able to see because sometimes video doesn't do what's actually going on justice. Check back up on this cell here. Still observe tag on this as well. We are up to date on reflectivity and CC. Okay, keep an eye on some of these other cells too. Keeping my eye on this cell that the Storm Prediction Center was talking about earlier, but that seems like it's gone very much in a way of outflow dominant at this point because you have winds like this, very like parallel, I think. So they're kind of going straight compared to having inflow region. Go back over to this tornado warning storm. Not as much of a hook as it did earlier. But that's not to say that it's still, it still has a chance of producing a tornado potentially. This also got upgraded to 3 inches in size for tornadoes. Hail. If I could speak English and whatnot. All right, so once again I don't know if we still actually have a tornado on the ground on this thing because we don't have a deep CC on this one. And I'm far away as as far as I'm aware, we don't have any known storm chasers up here. Or if there's no storm chasers, they're not one that would be like live on YouTube. But I think most storm chasers are. Seems like at least when it comes to on Radar Omega and the ones that are weatherwise, everybody is mostly in Iowa right now. And then a couple others over in Wisconsin. Holy, that's a lot of heliports. I mean, that is a lot of heliports. By the way, if you guys want to see what Brandon Kopic is seeing as well, it looks like there is a mezzo on this thing. You definitely see a mezzo. I don't see a tornado on the one that they're on, though. So there's a chance it could have lifted at some point, potentially. Ow, my hand hurting for no reason, man. Carpal tunnel. Alright, so looking at GR2, here's all your hail. Hold on, let me put this back to one panel instead of two. Look at all those heliports in Wisconsin here. And of course, I mean, you're gonna have a lot of them because, once again, populated areas gotta have more compared to your rural areas, but wow. And there's your 3-inch hailstone report over near Maple Bluff. We got a couple baseball hail reports up here too. Yeah. Today is definitely gonna be another big hail day. For sure. Yesterday was a big hail day too. And just hail, a lot of hail in general. Oh, it's taking a minute to load. Let me go back. Let me hit this button up here so I can fully load it. Yeah, that the cells down here completely merged with the cell up here. So I mean, I wouldn't say we don't have a embedded supercell in here now, but there's a chance this is gonna merge to some linear, like a linear line of storms here, potentially, at least with this, because how much has this area has been upscaling with storms. But anyways, we do have a new. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a area rotation for sure. All right, we have another tornado warning here in Wisconsin, which could be for Hillsboro, Union Center, Lone Walk, Lemon Wire, Lindina, Mouston, Elroy. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we have a strong tornado at some point on this. So when I was saying I think we may have a strong tornado. I think we may actually have a strong tornado on this one near Union Center. Cause let me go back up there. Hold on. Look at the velocities, and we do actually, and there is a spotter over here too. And I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. Part 2. Yeah, we have a tornado on the ground in Union Center. This is like the first tornado of the day that I've seen with a deep CC I would not be surprised if this does end up being PDS at some point, if they do end up going PDS. Hold on one second. Yeah, I definitely, yeah. This is still radar indicated, but I think we definitely have a strong tornado on the ground there. Yep, there we go. There's your PDS tornado. Alright, we have a PDS tornado ongoing in Wisconsin now. Once again, this is going to be for Union Center, Linda, Lindina, Elroy, Mouse and Lemonwire, and Woonwalk in Wisconsin. Yeah, that is a strong tornado. Once again, this is a PDS tornado on the ground. This just hit Union Center. It's going northeast. So if you're in these areas, make sure you are going to your safe place if you haven't already. This is a PDS tornado that's on the ground. Once again, it's going northeast. Did our latest scan just come in again? That was cool. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. This was 2 minutes ago. This is, well, a minute ago with the latest scan, but this was a few minutes ago when it was just west of Union Center, and then 539 scan hitting over near Union Center, and then this then just going northeast. And still, as of latest scan, going northeast. Latest scan should be coming in soon, probably in the next minute, because these scans have been coming in with like every 2 minutes here, which is good, because then we can see if this tornado, how much this tornado is progressing. Which so far it has been progressing as a very strong tornado. take a quick back look over here in Wisconsin, this portion of Wisconsin. Looks like they've not extended the tornado warning on that one. They're keeping this observed, it looks like. Haven't seen anything in terms of CC drop on that. We have another tornado warning somewhere. Oh, that's all the way down here, not Wisconsin, Iowa. Let's see, for Packwood, Pleasant Plain, Brighton, and Richland in Iowa. Alright, go back up this storm here. Alright, let's see what the latest is. Okay, so the latest scan is still has come in. Yeah, still got a pretty deep debris signature here with this tornado. Sinuses are annoying me right now. And good thing I do not have volume on right now for Radar Omega, because it just decided to refresh every single alert on Radar Omega. Something updated. Alright, so I got condensed. Hillsboro is no longer in that tornado warning. Still have a tornado still on the ground. It's going northeast towards Lindina and potentially Lemon Wire, just south of Lemon Wire. Oh, wow. University of Wisconsin-Madison had a view of a tornado. Alright, we have another tornado warning. This, actually, no, this is not another tornado warning. It's an update, just got updated again. This is now observed as well. So we have another tornado ongoing in Iowa again. We still have observed tag on this tornado warning here, so we potentially have 3 tornadoes ongoing now. We know we have the tornado still ongoing in Wisconsin still, though, which is right now our main focus, considering that is our PDS warned tornado. Alright, so here is the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and go. And you can see right in there, that is where we had our tornado. It's not fully condensed, but you can see that would be right where our vortices would be at with this tornado that was in Madison on that one there. Alright, looking at latest scans that just came on in. Still have a debris signature here. Still continue to stay safe places. This tornado warning is still going around for another 10 minutes. This is definitely got an extension. No doubt. And they have taken this down to observe, so no longer have PDS on this tornado. Looks like Ethan Moriarty, he got a view of the tornado near between Winthrop and Masonville, Iowa. Like switching between a bunch of different tabs right now. All right, this tornado. I mean, looking at latest scans, not as deep of a debris signature. I still think they might extend a tornado warning on this thing, but we'll see what happens. All right, new tornado warning. Radar indicated. This one's going to be for Cobb, Highland, and Montfort in Wisconsin. This is so I don't think at this point we have a tornado on the ground at this point, because this is very much more broad rotation on this thing now. Although I wouldn't be surprised if we have something trying to wrap up down here. Although there's no tornado so that could just be contamination on that. There's also a severe dose warning on this thing now for 2-inch ice hail and also 6-mile-per-hour winds. Radar indicated 2-inch size hail. Back over to Davenport's radar. Because maybe we do have a case where we have, I mean, it looks like we have convergence here, but it still looks like we have big, broad area rotation overall with this area between Delhi and Delaware, Iowa. And it seems like we have a tight couplet over near Edmond and Dodgeville in Wisconsin. Yeah, this thing does not look like it's producing a tornado at this point. So at this point, I will say with this tornado warning storm in Wisconsin that was producing a PDS tornado, that is probably gonna be led to expire out. Same thing with this tornado warning. I'm surprised they didn't cancel this one out down here over near Madison. So that's a tornado warning's been going for a while at this point. Well, I saw something down here in terms of tornado warning down here, but apparently not. Okay. I will say this is this entire section here has been pretty, I don't know about linear, but it's been pretty upscaled for the most part. And we no longer have anything in terms of confirmed. So everything is back down to radar indicator rotation now. I think I'm drying out my eyes a little bit here by having this fan directly pointing into my eyes. Oh. Apparently there was a Cow 2 mobile radar near Masonville, Iowa from earlier. Well, they already have a tornado warning up here. Do they have a tornado second the next tornado? Or not tornado, severe, they do. Like, okay, yeah, I'm like, wait, did they put a tornado second in the next one as well for the severe warning? Which they did. It will be interesting to see how much the tornado threat ends up panning out to through today. Well, it's still technically afternoon, but we're going into evening eventually. I do see that there's more messages sent in a chat. And according to translation, looks like Puerto Rico has been. Looks like questions about storms of Puerto Rico are being asked. Which my guy, I would focus. I would go look at Puerto Rico if if this severe weather in the Midwest here wasn't ongoing. This is much right now the bigger concern for severe weather right now. And we also have a new tornado warning in not Minnesota but Wisconsin. Sonia, Summit, Delafield, Pewaukee, Brookfield, Elm Grove, Lisbon. There's a lot of areas here that are under this tornado warning. Once again, that's going to be in Wisconsin. We go to velocities here. We don't have a tight couplet, but we do have... Why? Okay, this decided to make two different posts. Did I click on it twice, apparently? Somehow, some way. Somehow, some way, somewhere, over there. Now, this is a lot of population in this area, too. Which is, I mean, not that, you know, lower population areas aren't a concern, but considering this is a high populated area, this is going to be a big concern. And this is now warned for 7-mile-per-hour winds. I think this has been warned for ping pong, so I see how far a bit now, too. Yeah, it's been warned for ping pong for a bit as well. I'm kind of curious. Let me look at the storm reports now. Yeah, that's a lot of hail reports still. So far, we really haven't seen much of the Oklahoma threat in terms of the tornado threat. We definitely have seen at least a wind and hail threat down here. Although there really hasn't been too much of in terms of reports, but okay, this thing is deciding it wants to. I think. Oh, actually, why am I wondering? Why am I wondering why it's shaking around? It's because I have my fan blowing right at it. Duh. Even this is kind of going linear too. I'll go back over to Milwaukee's radar here. So I haven't seen too much in terms of conversions, but still gotta keep an eye on this area here. And we have another tornado warning all the way up here in Wisconsin Dells. That's also gonna be even Wisconsin. Most of our tornado warnings so far are in Wisconsin, and we have a big old tornado warning down here in Iowa for Martell, Morley, Oyland, Oxford Junction, Anamosa, and Center Junction. How many tornado warnings? We're at 7 tornado warnings right now. This is definitely a concerning one near Wisconsin Dells. A little bit of rotation on this. Definitely some, I mean, you got a hail spike in this thing, so it's definitely some big hail dropping on this thing here. And we... Oh, wait, that is a severe... I'm like, wait, is there a new severe... Not severe... Tornado warning, or is that just a severe dust warning? But that's just the severe dust warning for course high sail 6 mile per hour winds. The tornado warning still for this one here, this area here, still going for another 6 minutes. So probably let that expire out. And then we got this tornado warning still going on over here near Dodgeville, Ridgeway, and Barnveld in Wisconsin. Once again, most of our tornado warnings are in Wisconsin right now. Although it could be evenly split between the states right now with how many tornado warnings going on. Considering we got one tornado warning down here in southeastern Iowa, so... Take a look at GR2. See what we got in terms of... Oh, there's definitely more hail reports starting to pop up as this particular cell here. Cells, I should say. One big old, like... Well, technically it would... Probably technically 2 different cells, but it's one big blob, I guess you could say. There are a couple of hail reports already being reported over near Watertown, Wisconsin right now. Haven't seen anything over in Wisconsin Dells yet, because there is a tornado warning storm up there too. Alright, there's another severe dust warning, course I sail, 6 mile per hour winds. Seems like we do have a tight area rotation on this too. They did issue a tornado warning for Town of Dell and Break Spring. Which one is for up to golf ball size hail and the other one's $half size hail? And looks like they issued a flood warning now for the amount of rain that's fallen over the area here. And is going to fall over the area. And looks like they have condensed this tornado warning here. Still warned for the areas. It used to be covering Azonia and Concord, but now it's okay, decided. Okay, there we go. Now I just had to click the play button on the thing here. Let's see what this translates to. No, I'm not checking Puerto Rico just for some rain, dude. I'm having to cover a severe weather outbreak right now. That's ongoing, as you can see. You can feel free to check that yourself on the WeatherWise app. I think we have a new tornado warning somewhere. Hear that, or is an update to one of the tornado warnings? There was this one down here that got updated. I don't know if there was any other ones that got updated or not. I thought a new one got updated. It shows 8 tornado warnings now. So I don't know if I don't know where a new one got up. I don't know where a new one got issued. Big Spring. Oh, it was this. It's this one up here. That was technically an extension of this tornado warning here, but probably just due to it just being between 2 different offices. Yeah, because it's between 2 different offices. It's like that. Excuse me. Whew. That had a bit of a burp there. Also, earlier today, the Central Illinois radar finally came online. So, we really haven't seen anything in terms of storms in Illinois so far this afternoon. This got updated. So, radar indicated. I think the hail is a little bit larger on its warning, though, now. It's now ping pong size hail now. Apparently there was a tornado that occurred over in Del Rio, Mexico, apparently. What radar can... Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, there it is. That would explain a lot. And that's eventually gonna make its way, or well, west of Del Rio. That's eventually gonna make its way over into Texas. So it'll be interesting to see what that does on the Texas side of thing. There is also a new mesoscale discussion. A couple new mesoscale discussions, actually. Let me see here. What's the most recent one? Okay, the most recent one. Alright, so here, this is the most recent one. Tornado and destructive hail possible with 2 supercells moving east. And they have, intense tornado potential, strong to intense tornado potential going into, well, Waukesha and, Milwaukee areas with this cell here. And large hail. Although, as of recent reflectivity, I mean, the one at the one right here, this cell here looks like it could end up producing. This one on the backside, I don't know too much about. Although we saw we saw what happened with the Uniontown tornado, where it didn't look like much, and then it produced a strong tornado, PDS tornado. So. See if we got. I'm trying to refresh the storm reports page too. 7 wind reports, 150 hail, 34 of those being large hail reports, and 3 tornado reports. I'm smelling popcorn. Why am I smelling popcorn right now? Is it my fan? Is it the dust coming off the fan? I don't know. A lot of update sounds going on at once. You guys, I think, guys should be able to hear it. And we have a new tornado warning all the way up here. A couple areas there, actually, well, this area right here that is rotating. It might be something near Germania, but the one near Harrisville is the likely one that is rotating right now. And this is also, once again, in Wisconsin as well. May actually have another more broad area back here near just north of Oxford, actually, too. We got another tornado warning. This is also going to be in Iowa as well. For Farley, Epworth, Peosta, Centralia, Dubuque, Asbury, Wet Key West. Once again, this is in Iowa. If we do have anything in terms of conversion, it's gonna be along this area here, more than likely. Like bounce around different tornado warnings between Wisconsin and Iowa. This is definitely for sure an active day for severe weather in Iowa and Wisconsin. These are eventually gonna make their way into Illinois, although whether or not, because once again, I've still not really seen much in terms of Illinois producing. I think there was a MCD earlier for down here, but it was uncertain if they were gonna issue one, which unless we see a cap break down here, I don't think we're really gonna see a tornado watch downstream, at least for that area. All right, I'm just uh, uh, the I'm just gonna go over here. I don't know what I just spat in my mouth, said out of my mouth. I don't know. It definitely seems more outflowy right now. Still gotta keep an eye out in case it does end up producing a tornado and then also developing an inflow. Also, I'm sorry. I unfortunately got to hide you from the channel. Your account seems just. I'm gonna be honest. Seems kind of body, kind of like bot activity. Sorry if it's not, but I'll be honest. Messages are very repetitive and whatnot. The point it seems kind of like bot messages. All right, we have a bit more of a wrap up with the rotation on this storm here. If this does end up producing a tornado, this is, I mean, wouldn't be sorry if maybe we have a small debris signature right now, but if this does end up producing a tornado, This would be going northeast towards Sussex, and then all the way to probably just south to southeast of Germantown. All right, and on latest scan on reflectivity and CC, it looks like we have a tornado that's on the ground here. And we have strong velocities on us too. So there's a chance this ends up going PDS. Okay, they went observed with it. What is in my eye, man? Alright, check back up on some of these other tornado warning storms up here. Let me check if that's not just contamination. That actually may be another strong area rotation too, over near Douglas Center, going northeast towards Endeavor. Watching this cell here, because this one is, I mean, it's semi-discreet, does have nudgers that are nudging this into this on the back side of it, so this does have potential to produce a tornado as well, looks like, at some point, if it does end up doing so. Alright, but yeah, anyways, we'll go back to our main focus, which is this tornado warning storm over here, which has, as of 2 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado on the ground. And there we go, we have another tornado warning, which is also in Wisconsin as well. It's for Endeavor, Kingston, Marquette, Princeton, and Monticello, Wisconsin. We have not got an update yet on this radar here in 2 minutes. Alright, CC has updated. Looks like we had a brief tornado on this. Because last scan, we had that deep blue extinguisher, and then the latest scan that just came in, none there. We have see if is this a new one or is this updated? This might be updated. This is updated tornado warning. This one was the new issued one though for Baldwin. Was that is Baldwin? Okay, Baldwin all the way up to Bellevue, Preston, Andrew, and Marquetta in Iowa. See what our rotation looks like. Which, if we do have rotation, it'd be near Onslow, Iowa. Which, I would not be surprised if this is nudging us into producing a tornado. I'd also not be surprised if we have something on the backside near Anamosa trying to do something too. I'll go back up to here, see what we got. Let me go, because we're on green base radar. So we do have rotation still in their endeavor here. This is definitely a very big cluster of storms here. And the velocities on this just look like a mess now. So my guess on this one, we had an RFD surge. That surged ahead of the tornado, and that cut off the rotation for this. Or, well, cut off the inflow. So it no longer produced a tornado. And they have extended that tornado warning towards West Alice, Milwaukee, Whitefish Bay, Shorewood, Brown Deer, Fox Point, and Bayside. So we have now a tornado warning in the Milwaukee metro areas and surrounding. Well, Milwaukee in general, but surrounding areas of Milwaukee too. Oh wow, we actually have a rope tornado where Brandon Kopic is at. Where's Brandon Kopic anyways? Oh, it's all the way over here. And this also just went observed too. So we have a rope tornado on this. I wish this is one there's many times I wish I could show Storm Chaser feeds on here, but obviously I can't, just go and completely rip a stream off YouTube and whatnot. Just, I mean, just don't want to do that. Also, copyright exists, so. They want to observe at this one, but not this one. Wow, that's. I know I said that earlier in the chat, but Brandon Kopic has quite the view of the tornado right now. How many tornado warnings? We're sitting at 11 tornado warnings right now. And a new one was just issued for up here. Because we have this broad area rotation. So, for this tornado warning in Wisconsin, we got Black Earth, Cross Plains, Pine Bluff, West Milton, Milton Junction, and technically, anywhere west of Milton and Milton Junction is in a tornado warning. Although I would imagine there's probably areas east here that are. I don't know how many areas have tornado sirens and how many do, but I imagine there's probably a couple areas probably east of this or that probably have tornado warnings. Tornado warnings? Tornado sirens going off if they do have tornado sirens. Holy, that's a lot of dings that I just heard from IEM. So I'm hearing both dings from IEM and then also hearing dings from Weatherwise too. Definitely got some strong winds from the RFD going into Butler here. We do have an inflow again in here, so we could be seeing this trying to wrap up again and produce. Although when it ends up producing, or what, when and where it produces, we'll have to see. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to. I was looking at Brand Comic Stream. How far back? Okay, I need to go back. Oh, not that far. Jesus. See if the rope tornado is still on the ground or not over in Iowa here. Because I don't think we have that deep of a signature on CC. Because I don't think I saw anything on CC earlier. Velocities, I know, well, visual presentation from Brand Cop Extreme, and then Velocities I saw some stuff, but by some stuff with Brand Cop Extreme, I mean I saw the tornado on his stream, but some stuff on here, on radar. If that makes any sense, I guess. It still looks like we have mainly outflow still with this. Looks like it was trying to wrap up, but it's just failing to do that again. And then this will eventually make its way over Lake Michigan. And then this will, I mean, if it does end up producing a water spout, because, I mean, technically it would be a tornado, but if a tornado goes over water, then it's a water spout. And then if a water spout goes onto the land, I mean, it's technically still a water spout, but then it gets tornado warned. Which has happened before with other bands of hurricanes and even supercells that are off the coast, and then they end up going on land and causing a bunch of damage. Wow, that is some strong winds there over near Key West. And this is some of these, I mean, storms are entering into the very northwest side of Illinois. And we have a new tornado warning down here in Iowa. Let's see, for Crawfordsville, Wapello, Grandview, Columbus Junction. Seems like there's a little bit of a hook on there, but it's not like a full-on, like, is there an example right now that is, other than maybe this cell that has a good, like, hook presentation? I know this one is probably the best rig I have right now in terms of a supercell with a hook, but basically like that with a supercell. Basically it looks like that with the hook, but not like a full bent hook like that, because it would look a bit more like that, but But there is kind of like a dog-leg hook, I would call it. For the most part, that we're seeing on that. I swear, every time I go up here, I just see the amount of flood and amount of flood warnings up here near Green Bay. Because they got a ton of rain yesterday, and now they're getting more rain today. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any drought issues up here. Actually, what does... Yeah, there's just zero drought up here, too. In the Green Bay area. So, yeah. Check on our storms down here in Oklahoma. It's about, I would say, it kind of looks like what we're seeing in Wisconsin and Iowa, where we have upscaled storms. And they're all mainly wind and hail. Let me take a look at the meso analysis real quick. Because what is the... Okay, the dew points and temperature spreads are not that high. Because I was like, maybe the temperature and dew point spreads are... Because when you have big temperature and dew point spreads, you have basically like dry air between that, and storms become more storms become more they don't become surface based, but they're more elevated, so they're producing hail and wind compared to having a tornado threat at them. So yeah. And we have another tornado warning that's extended into northwest Illinois now. And there's also portions of Iowa that's in this too, which is St. Donatus and Iowa. But on the Illinois side, we have Galena. Oh, let me back on my microphone here. We got Galena, Guilford, Scales Mountain, Council Hill, Bryce, Roden, and Woodbine. And Mine. There is a storm just to its southwest here, which that would be a merger coming on in. Oh wow, Bryce, Shelton tornado page. You got the view of the rope tornado from earlier. I'll send that in the chat so you guys go take a look at that. Wonder why I'm leaning over like this. I have an itch in my foot right now. We have a big old severe dust warning over here. From a pulse tag, 10 ball size hail, radar indicated, 60 mile per hour winds. Still got this tornado warning still ongoing, which seems like the rotation that we had earlier. If it's not like handing off to the south here, it's kind of falling apart for the most part. And this is also going to be another storm that's eventually going to be heading into Illinois as well down here. All right, we got a new mesoscale discussion concerning... Okay, so it's just concerning that. Okay. So these areas here, higher tornado potential up here and then down here. So the current tornado warnings, actually both these are technically tornado warned, but tornado very large hail risk will continue this evening, particularly with discrete storms, which we do have discrete storms out there, but this is slowly but surely congealing into more of a MCS. and a lot of storms are going northeast. And then by the time this ends up being a MCS, there are cases where you have MCSs with some pretty big hail, but when you have an MCS, typically you're gonna see more of a wind and tornado threat. Also, MCS is mesoscale convective system, which is basically a cluster of storms, and the ratios technically are MCSs, longer-lived MCSs. Wow, there's still, even with the storms being out towards the east, there's still a bunch of instability in Iowa still. Shear has definitely gone up by quite a bit, surface to 1 kilometer, which is, it is 6:47, so we are getting into, we've been getting into the hours where we're seeing the little jet starting to kick in a little bit more. Also, this just went observed. Weather spotter confirmed tornado located near Monticello. How long ago? Well, I can actually check to see how long ago this was confirmed. 11 minutes ago. So I am completely late on the observation tag with checking on this one here. Check the, because I'm always trying to check between. No, let me move GR2 analysis, because there's a window that GR2 analysis has for active warnings. I feel like I should have that at the bottom somewhere, and then that'll be like my secondary way of checking for any type of warnings. Also, that tornado warning in Iowa is no longer confirmed, but we still have the observed tornado tag on the one in Wisconsin. So let me update my title real quick. Wow, okay, we had a big old hailstone that was reported over near Wisconsin Dells. 3-inch hailstone. And there's a lot of hail being well, because it's a storm that's producing hail, so of course there should be hail ports, but there's quite a few hail ports coming out of the populated area over here. All this right here. Let me actually switch over to GR2 analysis real quick, so I can show you guys this. So there's you got your dots, which go up to a quarter. Which the ones that are circles are from MPing, I would think, from on here, because I do have a place file that is MPing reports. And then you got just the regular ones that just show up on GR2 analysis, which is more square ones here. Report type: substantial structural damage to homes and buildings over near Maple Bluff and Madison. I think I see where we probably had our tornado on this one, near north of Endeavor there. Let me go back a little bit here, if it'll allow me to go back. Because we are far from radar in that area. I mean, we do have radar coverage, but it's not anything super close for that area. Oh wow, we actually do have hail reports over here. We actually do have wind damage reports over here, or well, not wind damage, but wind gust reports over here in Ohio. There's also a new mesoscale discussion again. This one is concerning the severe dark storm watch down here over near the dry line for hail and wind. Storm coverage may be limited the remainder of the evening and watch number 111 or 111. 3 ones. Whoo! Okay, wow. That is a strong wind gust there. So, how many of you guys here have watched Back to the Future? Yeah, there was an 88-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the regional airport over in Dubuque. Well, the Dubuque Regional Airport. We don't need tires where we're going. So I got confirmed tornado warned storm here. Well, technically observed tornado tag. Don't know if we saw a tornado on the ground or not on this thing here. Substantial roof damage over in Rock Springs. There's a chance they end up taking this down to radar indicated at this point on that. Still sitting at 9 tornado warnings, still. Oh, I went to the terminal radar. I'm like, why is it looking like this? That's one thing I want to check, actually. Now that I'm on this terminal radar here. I want to check the rotation from the tornado from earlier. All right, yeah, the terminal radars don't have the same products as regular National Service radars. So it'd be that right in there. It's all kind of purpled out because it's probably, I mean, this is terminal radar, so it's probably not able to scan that area because it's probably some building. I mean, it is populated area, so there's probably buildings blocking the beam. So there was a there's a wind damage report over in Delaware. It looks like though. Delaware, Iowa. Not to confuse with Delaware, the state. Hmm. I can well, I don't know if it's gonna want to work properly on here, but I can bring up the convective discussions on here. Or should be able to. I don't know why it's not wanting to work. There's a couple. Okay, there's a couple of these that are just not working properly like they should. I don't know why. It's like a gamble sometimes for place files in GR2 to work. It's some. Also, according to from what I'm hearing from Brandon Coppic stream, we may have another tornado on the ground in Iowa. They still observe on the one over in Wisconsin. Which, honestly, at this point, I don't think we really have a tornado on the ground at this point. Because, I mean, looking at our reflectivity, I mean, storms moved off towards east. I know we're not exactly super close to the radar, so we don't have the world's best velocity readings right now. But even looking at weather-wise, yeah, not really seeing much, to be honest, in terms of rotation at this point. Holy contamination on the velocities in over here, down here in Iowa. Like, hold on. Okay, well, it doesn't show it like it. Oh wait, no, right now it does. Yeah, there we go. So that is contaminated beyond anything, and it is now observed. So actually, overall, that contamination is wonder if that's the case where we have the tornado at. Because we're okay. Oh, Brandon Kopic's probably just nearby where the tornado would be. Probably a rain wrap though. I'll change the title over to Iowa. Says I don't. I feel like we don't really have a tornado on the ground at this point over in Wisconsin. Even though it shows as observed, but we no longer have a tornado warning over in the Milwaukee area. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning though for 2-inch size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds though. Apparently the Outlook page decided to time out. Oh wait, that's Champaign, Ohio. I'm like, I thought that was Champaign County, Illinois, but no, there's a severe thunderstorm warning over in severe thunderstorm warning is still going on over here in Iowa, Ohio. Let me take a look at NRI because NRI is useful for seeing where updrafts are. So if this is, I mean, this is probably relatively where the tornado is at right now. All right, no longer have that tornado warning up there in Wisconsin that had the confirmed tag on it. So we're now officially only have the confirmed tornado in Iowa, and then we have a couple other tornado warnings in. Well, 3 tornado warnings in Iowa. 1 is confirmed. 1 tornado warning in Illinois. And 1 in Wisconsin. And we are starting to see a complex of just wind right now with this. With all these storms just congealing into line. And there's a new tornado warning, which is observe tag. That extends into Illinois. It's also for the same areas I've been seeing as well. I'm guessing there's something going on the west side here. I don't know what though. I don't. Let me take a look at this. Broadcast media confirmed tornado local near Andrew. So this one here. What about the okay? Interesting. Okay. And looks like we have a new tornado warning up in Wisconsin too, which is for Mineral Point, Fayette, Blanchardville, Waldwick, Hollandale. So those areas are now in a tornado warning too. And rotation is going to be near Waldwick, which is that little area there. Hard to see, but it is in there. Yeah. Looking at previous radar scans, you can see the showers that we had here. My guess is that there's some type of cap in these areas here that kind of choked off those smaller showers there. Or because I don't think we really had any storms that we that really went through there. Well, we did have storms that went through there, but they must have used the environment up there. I got another severe dust storm down here. See for ping pong size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Going northeast. That's gonna be going towards the Davenport area. Do we have more storms? Some storms initiating on the backside here. Well, we do have our boundary, some type of boundary here. Probably our cold front or something. Let me see if this is the METAR data. Okay, the METAR data does indeed work. Okay, yeah, that is indeed a cold front. That's coming on down. This thing did actually have a little bit of a hook on it earlier. It'll be interesting to see what this does once it makes northeast. Could be just mainly hail and wind out of this thing, though. Take a look. Because I'm trying to see with National Service Chicago, see what they're. See if they talk about anything recently. Because the amount of notifications are just flooded on my Twitter notifications thing here. So I don't even know if they even put. Yeah, okay, so they posted something an hour ago. Alright, so here's a graphic from National Service Chicago, which scatters thunderstorms, some of which being severe, damaging winds, damaging hail, tornadoes, some possibly being strong. Isolated scattered thunderstorms possible after 8 p.m. So, I mean, we're soon to be coming up on 8 o'clock soon here. Which right now, I mean, we haven't really seen anything in the Rockford area yet, but we do have storms that are west of Rockford, towards like west of Freeport. Which they have this area here, 8 to 10 p.m., 9 to 11 p.m. Which I feel like these areas, it's probably gonna be more like 8 to 10, and then probably somewhere around, probably around 9 or 11 o'clock here maybe, and then probably overnight hours here with these areas. But we'll see what happens, what directions these storms end up going. Because we still have the overnight threat, evening and overnight threat of damaging winds. So there's your 30% with the SIG 1 for hurricane force winds, which is 75 mile per hour winds or even stronger than that sometimes, which we did see at 88 mile per hour winds. I just realized I'm probably still on GR2. Hold on. Why is, okay, this is not popping up on here. What is going on? Okay, there we go. I don't know what this thing's issue was with not showing the thing, but okay. Anyways. Alright, so now we just have tornado warnings between Illinois, Iowa, and we still have the one tornado warning in Wisconsin. Alright, they ended up canceling out the tornado warning down here, it looks like. If it wasn't already on its way out to expiring out. Yeah, it got canceled out. The severe dust warning on the backside again here for 6 mile per hour winds and core size hail. So observe tag on this tornado warning here, which from what I'm at least seeing with storm chasers, I mean, I don't know how many storm chasers are even nearby anything that's going on, which we may not have a tornado on the ground at this point on this one, and it's just mainly wind at this point, maybe some rotation embedded in there, but right now it's just watch and see. And We got a severe, not severe. We got a special weather statement all the way up here for half-inch hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds. Wind gusts to be specific. Yeah, there's quite a bit that was going on between Iowa and Wisconsin this afternoon and tonight so far. Yeah, we did actually have a PDS, or particularly dangerous situation tornado, earlier over near Union Center, Wisconsin, um, which, as far as I know, that's the first significant. That's the first and only significant tornado that I know of that we had today, and then another one potentially over here that we had. Where is? It was near Sussex, Wisconsin, which was a brief but damaging tornado as well. Otherwise, for the most part, we've had mainly a lot of hail today, which hail was one of the. I mean, it was one of the, I want to say, main things for today when it came to severe threat. Which, with today's tornado threat, they were, well, the Storm Prediction Center, they were debating on going moderate, but due to storm mode, they were like, nah, we're gonna hold off on it, which I think was definitely a good idea, because we're not really seeing anything in terms of the discrete cells at this point, and it's more of just lines of storms. Well, I say not really seeing anything. I say not really seeing anything in terms of discrete cells while we got this one down here, but anything in terms of just discrete cells that are not in an environment where they can produce, I guess. Shear has increased. Surface of the 1 kilometer shear has definitely increased over the past couple of hours, because we have low level winds that have increased within the past couple hours too, because of low level jet. Which I'm kind of surprised that didn't break the instability. Well, that didn't break the cap that's been in place basically all day in Illinois. Hold on one second. All right, and they have taken that tornado warning down to rate in any case, so we no longer have any confirmed tornadoes. And we have a big old severe dust warning here for core size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. No tornado pops tag on that. I wonder what this looks like on Mosaic radar on College of Do page. All right, so here is the Mosaic radar on the College of Do page, satellite and radar, and you can see a couple of showers in central Illinois, and then we had those storms fire up after they. Well, one got fired up over in like this portion of Illinois here, which is still technically, I think, northern Illinois, but getting to central portion there. But then we started having more storms initiate into Indiana, and those are still going on into Ohio. And then we take a look at Iowa. We had the first cell of the day fire up along the front, which had enhanced vorticity because it attached to the front, so it produced a couple of brief tornadoes, and then we had more storms fire up in Wisconsin and Iowa, and it kind of got clustered, which is one of the main reasons why the tornado threat with some of the areas wasn't as high as it probably would have been today if it wasn't as clustered like this. And now we can see basically this MCS starting to form here, and it has a bit of a bow shape on it, so it'll be interesting to see if I know we're definitely gonna get a wind threat out of it, no doubt. It'll be interesting to see if we get a tornado threat out of it at all. And this will probably be heading southeast if these don't just continue northeast. We'll see though. We got another severe dose warning. Warned for 7-mile-per-hour winds, tornado pause tag, and small hail. And they're letting the tornado warning in Wisconsin expire out within the next 5 minutes here. So they'll be 7:30 once that expires out. New post came in from National Search Chicago. So we'll take a look at that. If you know, I can drag the graphic. You know, actually, hold on one second. I could just literally let me just literally just go to their site. What am I doing? I could go over to their weather story. Yeah, there we go. All right, so here is the latest graphic from National Search Chicago. Graphic valid through 9 p.m. Central this evening here. And they have this section here through 8 p.m. and then these areas here through 9 p.m. Which we do have a few storms right now west of Rockford. So this would probably be just about the exact probably almost exactly 8 o'clock when some of these storms enter into Freeport and probably west of Dix. Maybe not Dixon. It seems like it's a little bit south of where the actual activity is, but Freeport and Rockport. Wow, I'm like mixing two different town names here. Jesus. But Freeport and Rockford are probably gonna see the storms more than likely. I don't know about any other towns to the south of it, but yeah, maybe. Well, it is actually getting to the time. I can probably see probably lightning from afar. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You know what? Let me pull up my university's cameras here. Because I know it's not gonna load on Firefox for some reason. Oh yeah. I'm sweating my pants off right now. All right, so we got 2 tornado warnings about to expire out soon here, and then we'll be down to 1 tornado warning. Someone in the AMS Discord that I'm in, there is a Mattis clouds over in Freeport right now. I turn my fan. I know I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but I still wish they would turn on the AC units here. Because it'd be nice to have the AC instead of using a fan. Alright, we just had 2 tornado warnings expire out, and we just are down to now just 1 tornado warning. Surprised they haven't condensed this tornado warning yet. Alright, we have a new mesoscale discussion. And this is going to be between Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa. Thunderstorm development expected to occur within the next 2 to 3 hours. Few severe storms capable of large hail possible. Weather watch possible. So tornadoes, hail, and winds. And I heard the tornado warning update on here. Like it showed white because that's usually because it goes white when it updates, but haven't seen anything change. There is something there just west of Bellevue here that looks like it's trying to hook or something there. Hold on one second. Let me see how much cooler it is outside compared to what it was earlier. It's like slightly cooler, but it's like about the same outside as in here. All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Trying to see what's going on out here. Think we may actually have Mamaz clouds up here too. Yeah, looks like we have Mamaz clouds up here too. I just bumped my mic. Yeah, looks like we have Mamaz clouds up here too. Freeport and here. Where I am at. And there's another mesoscale discussion, which is a downstream watch for a tornado watch, which is not fully loaded. Okay, that's nice. Let me get the graphic from Twitter. So here is the watch that they're eventually planning on issuing for downstream in Michigan for tornadoes, wind, and hail. Mainly a tornado watch, because tornado watches are always a red outline. And then severe tornado watches are blue. Wonder. As I said, I'm probably got to go outside to get a better view of the Mamaz clouds, but you know what? Let me go outside real quick. I'm gonna go get a picture of the Mamaz clouds. see here. All right. All right. Well, all right. So I sent this through. Hold on 1 second. Get a little bit better. Hopefully, better image here. All right, there we go. All right. So quality's like kind of nosedived a bit because but yeah. But then I sent myself those through Discord, so that's probably why. No, I got 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes. 2 minutes on this tornado warning. All right, that tornado warning just expired out. We are now tornado warning this. Whoa. Accidentally pressed the wrong button there. That's not the first time I've done that. With accidentally pressing the wrong button on my Streamlabs, not Streamlabs, Stream Deck. All right, the window being open does not help at all. I'll be honest. It's literally it feels the same outside as it does in here, so I'm just gonna keep my fan on. And they just issued a new tornado warning for Freeport, which I can see why there's a area rotation near Kent. Pearl City, Lena, Cedarville, Freeport, Ridgett, Dakota, Rock City, and Davis are included with this tornado warning. I don't know if there's a rotation in the upper levels that this thing's picking up. Or what? Yeah, that might be rotation in the upper levels. This thing's starting to pick up on the backside and near Woodbine. We'll look at tomorrow's strat too, which tomorrow we have a 5% again in Oklahoma, and it does extend into Missouri and northwestern Arkansas too, and then there's a 2% outside of that, big old 2%. Got wind damaging wind threat and also hail threat too. There's a chance I could be alive tomorrow. Don't know when though. And then day 3 is a marginal risk. Probably not gonna be alive on just day 3 because today is day 1 Tuesday. It's day 2 is Wednesday. So day 3. What day is that? I think it's Thursday. I think yeah, it's Thursday. And then going into the and then going to day 4, which is Friday, we have a 30%, which is equivalent to an enhanced risk. And then we have day 5, which is a slight risk. It definitely would be a definitely a high precipitation area for this tornado warned area here. Definitely not gonna be able to see it very well. Alright, so Brandon Kopic is finishing up his stream, looks like. Who else? I don't know how many else. Nah, I don't know who else is live right now. Back is itching. I just updated this tornado warning. Probably for hail. Yeah, they updated this for hail, so that's now warned for up to ping pong size hail now. There are a lot of updates going on at once on weather-wise here, and probably IM too. And it looks like they have issued a tornado watch now for over here in Michigan and Indiana now, and that's gonna be going till 4 in the morning Eastern. That tornado watch is being updated there. Probably being some areas, probably just some areas being canceled out, probably. Couple tornadoes, yeah. I'm definitely gonna need some water. Couple tornadoes being possible, hail scared up to 2-inch size possible, and 7-mile-per-hour winds likely. That's another mesoscale discussion. That's concerning. I don't know if it's concerning the new tornado watch or a current one. Let me see if it decides it wants to load. That is. Oh no, that's the current ongoing tornado watch, which should be out in a second here. Oh no, that's tornado watch down in Oklahoma. Never mind. So here's a new mesoscale discussion for Oklahoma and Kansas with the Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas with the tornado watch down here. Main wind hail corridor through O2Z, so within the next couple hours or so, and isolated storm development possible just east of the dry line, north of the rain cool area in western Oklahoma. So looks like for the most part, wind and hail are gonna be the main threats. There's still a tornado threat though. Very low one, but there is there. Yeah, this is lining up to be I mean, at least on the Mosaic radar, having two different like bow echoes on the Mosaic radar here. That's quite some. Looks like there could be a couple areas that are rotating over Lake Michigan here. Maybe some water spouts there. Warren for 70, Warren for 70, Warren for 60. No severe dose warning up here. I got a severe dose warning ahead. Well, this is still the ongoing severe dose warning, but it's still warned for 70 mph winds and core size. Well, actually, no, this was just issued just now, actually. Never mind. It's warned for core size hail, 70 mph wind. There's a observed tornado, not tornado, observed tag for ping pong size hail down here somewhere. I think where is it? That's all the way down here near Del Rio. Like bounce between both the mosaic radar and then also the seeing what our meso analysis looks like. Which is, I mean, there's still a bunch of instability. I would not be surprised if we have absolute lightning show out here right now. Yeah, looking at my university's cameras, yeah, there's quite the lightning show out there. Might go out there at some point. Just to see what it looks like with the lightning. I wonder if I can see it from a window over here. Not really, because there's a tree in the way. Love when trees are in the way of things. May actually be able to get a view of some lightning if I go out more towards the west. If I go outside, probably. What? I'm gonna go see what this. Hold on one second. Oh, there is indeed lightning out there. You can see it from afar, but it is out there. Wouldn't be surprised if some of this kind of. Oh, I wouldn't. I mean, not that this couldn't shift southeast, but a lot of this storm activity probably will stay north for the most part with a lot of this. All right, we have a new tornado warning all the way up here in Wisconsin. Let's see for Palmyra, Eagle, Big Bend, Muskego, Vernon, North Prairie, Waukesha, New Berlin, Elm Grove. And once again, that is going to be in Wisconsin. Air rotation is going to be just north of Little Prairie. Starting to see a bit more of a QLCS tornado threat starting to ramp up in Wisconsin. Alright, that tornado never mind. Tornado warning's back in Illinois. So Winnebago, Rockford, Loves Park, Roscoe. All those areas there. And Pecatonish. Let me see how you pronounce this. Pecatonica in Illinois. Right, not seeing as much of a hook as we were earlier near southwest of Eagle, Wisconsin, but still have a concern for any potential for QLCS tornadoes along the line here. Or quasi-linear convective system tornadoes, which are brief, but I mean they could be weak, but they also can cause a bunch of damage too. And we have a tornado warning in Ohio apparently. I was not expecting that, but we have a tornado in it. Tornado warning in Ohio, which is going to be for Johnstown, Alexandria, Granville, Heath, and New York, Ohio. We are kind of far from radar on this one in particular. Zoom out a little bit. Because we're between radars here, and we are also in a radar gap at the same time, too. Because we're between the Cleveland and also the Wilmington, Ohio radar, but it'd be nice if we had like a radar here or some that can cover the rest of the state, Ohio. And we have another tornado warning over back in Wisconsin, which is once again the QLCS tornado that I've been talking about for a little bit here. This could be for Sharon, Walworth, Zenda, Lake Geneva, Lyons, Spring Prairie, Como, Elkhorn, Troy Center, Troy, and Powder Lake in Wisconsin. There is an area near Lauderdale that I'm becoming concerned for here with that notch, or at least convergence here. Although reflectivity doesn't have as much of a hook, although I would imagine, oh no, reflectivity is up to date, I think. Well, actually we're technically 1 minute behind, but oh, we have a charger just popped up. So this could be making its way southeast with this line of storms here. Eventually, at least. We also have in the day one outlook that just came out. They're maintaining to 10%, but there's no SIG 2 at this point. They're maintaining to 5%, it looks like, though, over in Oklahoma. Alright, so let me get up the outlook real quick. It's like the one time the SBC's outlook actually properly updates when it comes out. Alright, so here's the current outlook that just came out a little bit ago. Still have the enhanced risk. They no longer have the enhanced risk down here. This is down to a slight risk. They still have the 5% tornado risk that I was talking about earlier with SIG 1, so strong tornado still being possible, which is what SIG 1 was, but I don't know how much of a tornado threat we'll really see down there. Wind and hail threat, I wouldn't be surprised if we still see down there between Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, but And then here's the 5% they still have in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. They still have the 10% in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin for 10% tornado 10% tornado risk with Sig 1. See how the other side of our at this point it is an MCS at this point. See how the side is going. Yeah, I got some strong wind gusts coming off the lake here. Probably 60-mile-per-hour winds at least. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some that are even stronger than that. They do have severe dust warnings ahead of it, so because lakes don't have any friction, so winds are gonna be barreling off that. There's even more visibility with the lighting outside right now. Appears to be. But I don't know how good a view I would get. Because where I was standing at earlier, it was pretty hard to see where the lighting was. Because it was far, well, I guess far back, I guess. But I don't know. See what review my video here. No, hold on one second. I know I've been doing this quite a bit at this point, but I'm trying to see what kind of lightning we have out here. And we have observed tornado tags as well. Alright, so we have confirmed tornadoes ongoing in Wisconsin. It's been going on for a while at this point. As soon as I walk away from my laptop to go outside to look at the lightning out here, let me take a look at the CC, which we actually may have had multiple. One here, potentially one here too. Although the velocities have moved off over here as of the latest scan. That's also going to be in Wisconsin. Quite a few tornado warnings going on. The one tornado warning in Ohio just expired. Do we actually have a terminal radar right here? Yeah, you can definitely tell where their QLCS tornadoes are at. We're at least one here and one here, and now that's converging in onto areas such as Yorkville and all that here in Wisconsin. I think we have one big area rotation now over near Eagle Lake. Although the terminal radar will probably be able to tell a little better in terms of velocities here. Yeah, we have pretty much at this point a MCS or mesoscale convective system, bringing wind and tornadoes to certain areas here. Which I mean, we've already been seeing the tornadoes. Now it's just see how our wind threat evolves here. And there's a cell that just fired up over near Sterling. So we'll see what happens with that. So I got some gusty winds coming into Michigan here. checking Discord here. Alright, so we have one tornado warning ongoing, which is in Wisconsin, and it still has the observe tag on it. We do have a debris signature near Eagle Lake. It's a small debris signature, but it is there. I'm kind of curious. Has it? Oh, I imagine it would update on here with the outlook. Yeah. Yeah, that wind threat's definitely be a thing soon at some point here. Or it already is, at least. In some capacity. Alright, this just got updated. Still observe tag on this tornado warning here. Corey's actually in a tornado warning over here. Or no, he's over in Illinois. Near Rockford. Never mind. I read Wisconsin, like, oh, he's over in, Wisconsin, but nope. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a little while till I get the video out for today's vlog that I'd made. Seems like this is a system starting to creeping crawl toward where I'm at. So I would not be surprised if my weather radio eventually goes off here soon, within probably next half hour to an hour. Maybe. We'll see. Charge my phone. Right, we got another tornado warning. That is in Michigan. I see for Wolf Lake, Moreland, Ashland, Newaygo, and Bridgeton, Grant areas of Michigan. They have two ongoing tornado warnings now, one in Michigan and the other in, once again, uh, Wisconsin. All right. Yeah, Wisconsin. We got a cell ahead of the line here with Tornado Pulse tag on it. Yeah, definitely would not be surprised if we have quite a few QLCS tornadoes. And holy contamination. I say that cap must have been broken because the storm's initiating ahead of a line here. We have a new tornado warning now for Paddock Lake, Bristol, Kenosha, Brighton, Paris, Somers. And that's also going to be in Wisconsin as well. Air rotation just northwest of Somers. Let me take a look at the terminal radar while we're at it. Yeah, that appears to be the case where we have rotations. Because the thing is about terminal radars that you can see low lows, and we also no longer have a confirmed tornado on that, so we're back to just radar indicator rotation. Although I would not be surprised if we at least had maybe a couple brief tornadoes. We have another severe dust warning that's going to be over here in Rockford for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being possible. No tornado possible tag. Let me check IEM. If we've got anything new from Storm Prediction Center. We do have a new mesoscale discussion that was issued at 8:33, so over a half hour ago. So here's a new mesoscale discussion. Primary zone for tornado risk will likely be northern Illinois, damaging winds and QLCS spin-ups possible in southeast Wisconsin. So basically, these areas here that they're eyeing right now for the QLCS tornadoes and also wind threat. They still have a hail threat, but to be honest, we're not really gonna see much of a hail threat when it comes to a MCS at this point. It looks like compared to the wind threat, which I will say the west side over here is becoming looks like it's becoming more scattered storms compared to a organized line. Got a bunch of stuff for this update. I have another tornado warning down here in Michigan for Ravenna, Wright, Casanova, and Moreland. Wow, okay, that is something there. So I just saw a post, drone footage damage, Taste Sensory near Union Center, Wisconsin. Courtesy of Troy Rott on Facebook. Home was completely swept on its foundation. Multiple other structures damaged or destroyed, and many trees downed and snapped. And this tornado has gone back to being observed. And our debris signature would be right over in this small little debris signature right here, between 4194 and 195 here, which this is this first here. Trying to see the road names here so you get a little bit more specific. I'm like turning my head like an owl. Those look like we had a brief tornado, because in the latest scan, that debris signature is gone now. Actually, it could have started over here in Sylvania, actually. And then we had another one here, and then it's gone. Yeah, it looks like a debris signature. It's consistent with the last scan. Still got a tight area rotation near Somers, though. Going southeast. This is gonna be going near the University of Wisconsin Parkside area here. Like, absolutely just turning my head between my laptop and my second monitor here, looking between the cameras at NIU or Northern Illinois University, and then over here with trying to make sure we don't have anything on the ground, and see what our tornado situation is with some of these areas here. So got some stronger winds on this side here. Do we have a terminal radar in this area? I don't think we do. No. Or at least one that's at least accessible, which we do not. You can't see rotation at the lower levels over near Somers, though. So it kind of confirms that we do have rotation in that area. Here's a drone footage that I was talking about earlier there. Sent that in a chat so you guys can look at that too. Yeah, I would not be surprised if I mean this is I probably could go outside again, but like at this point, I was gonna stay here for now because I already got what I needed in terms of lightning footage here. So, and it's probably gonna be as soon as I step outside, I guarantee it's gonna rain. So, and then I don't feel like being out in a storm. I say that as I've been in multiple of those with multiple vlogs I've uploaded on my channel. So, I don't know what I'm talking about. Probably can see outside my window actually. Yeah. Although this window has a screen on it, this one doesn't. Yeah, wow, look at that. It's an absolute lightning show. This is yeah, as I have my face squished against my window, I can see the rain. Or yeah, it's raining now. So I'd be absolutely soaked coming back in. Probably. And this is still observed. Wait, did I ever put this on confirmed tornado? I don't think I did. No. But that's about to not matter soon here as this moves off into Lake Michigan. And we have a new tornado warning out over here in Michigan again for Sydney, Sheridan, Crystal, Stanton. We got a town named Butternut in Michigan. Okay, 500 mile per hour scroll out. Jesus. I wonder. Hold on. I wonder. Any thunder. Watch as I have my window open. There's got just a surge of rain that just flies in here. Oh yeah, that's yeah, absolute lightning shot there, man. I tell you what. There's flooding over in Milwaukee. All right, still got another 17 minutes on this tornado warning. We'll probably eventually see this get canceled out at some point, probably, because the area that was originally tornado warned is moving out. I mean, still got rotation near Kenosha still. They did extend the tornado watch into Cook County, looks like. A couple areas. You actually see area rotation right here, and potentially another one here. Let's look at the storm relative velocity, because that'll probably help a little bit. Although, Radar Omega, not Radar Omega, Weatherwise's color table is not the greatest, to be honest. Alright, we no longer have a tornado warning over in Wisconsin now. So now it's just tornado warnings over in Michigan now. Oh, I didn't realize Corey had himself muted for that long. Definitely semi-discrete to the semi-discrete cell here over in Michigan. I mean, this could end up producing a tornado if it continues to look like that. I mean, there's enough little shear now, so definitely don't see anything in terms of storm struggling to produce tornadoes. Whoa, okay, there's the serious warning. Although, where was that issued? Right just to the north of me. Great. This does have a tornado pass tag as well. Alright, so there's still a couple of videos I still have to upload to my second channel, which is there's a lot of weather radio videos on that. And there's definitely a chance if this keeps going like this, we could I can get a second severe dust warning down here, where exactly right where I'm at. So would not be surprised. Keep an eye on both areas here. All right. Let's had to do a couple things because I'm trying to prepare myself just in case. I mean, I know I'll probably eventually get into a severe just warning, but just preferring just in case I get into. Probably won't get a tornado warning. Hopefully, I don't jinx saying that, but. But severe dust warning right now is probably the more likely warning that I'm probably gonna end up being in. Wow, yeah, that line was right about me. Holy. I wish the way with where my camera was pointing, I wish I could show up. But actually, hold on. Let me. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, everything's tangled here. I don't know how well you guys can be able to see this, but reflections are on. The light. Come on. All right. There. This is the most janky thing I've ever had to do to show lighting from my webcam. And look at that. That was a big one there. Yeah. That's the situation on over here right now to readjust this. Oh wow, I actually readjusted it perfectly. Put it right where I needed to put it. But again, that was probably the most janky thing I've done to show outside for with the webcam. But you know what? We ball. All right, new mesoscale discussion just came out as well. Go over to that. And this is regarding the storms over in Michigan. Attempts at discrete convection ahead of linear segments would pose a greater tornado threat if they intensify, which we actually did have one cell that was discrete, but then so I think it's still kind of discrete now, but or at least in the case of semi-discrete currently, which is still over near Crystal, Vickery, and Butternut, Michigan. Once again, finding town names that are just absolutely, because I know I think it might have been a couple streams ago, that just names like this for town names, they're my absolute favorite because it's just like, I didn't know that existed. I like that name because it's random but cool. I don't know. Excuse me. I got a new severe dust warning for 7-mile-per-hour winds, and that extends down into Chicago. Posted some pictures over on Instagram. I'll go back over to the one tornado warning we have ongoing in Michigan still. All right, one thing I want to do is cause I need to grub on some. Any confirmed NATOs yet? There actually have been well, as of recent, there was one over in Wisconsin over here that was a QLCS tornado, but in the overall event, we've had a few today. We did actually have a PDS tornado over in, I think it's Union Center, Wisconsin. Yeah, Union Center, Wisconsin. We had a PDS tornado over here earlier. And we had a couple tornadoes over here in Iowa. So we had a few. I do wonder if with the amount that we had today, I wonder if it's the same amount that we had yesterday. Maybe a little less. See here. So we're looking at, so I have the begin. Okay, so on damage assessment toolkit, I have begin date on 4/11. So that was Saturday, and then I have it going to today. Actually, tomorrow. Technically, it's tomorrow because of it goes by Universal Time Coordination. So tomorrow, the 15th. There was a couple tornadoes. So there was 2 tornadoes that have been confirmed in Kansas. Actually, never mind, 4. So from yesterday, we had one EF1. And then there's another one that is an EFU, and then the Ottawa tornado was an EF2. And then the one that hit over near Hillsdale was also EF2 as well. And then we had another tornado that was near Webb, which is EF0 tornado. There's another one in northwestern Iowa from yesterday. EFU as well. So we had a couple weaker tornadoes so far confirmed from yesterday's storms. Will be interesting to see once we get more tornado reports and whatnot. Blanking here. Hold on. Apparently there was a tornado. Wait, is this the EFU in Iowa? Yeah, this is the EFU in Iowa. What else we got? So yeah, so far we've had, at least from yesterday's storms, 5 tornadoes confirmed. Yes, I know. The pretzel's done. Microwave. Fighting with my microwave part 90 million. Although, I mean, probably wasn't a bad idea to leave it in there anyways. So I don't burn my mouth. Or my mouth, but also my fingers too. Because cause I put it in for 30 seconds. This microwave heats up things pretty fast. Also, see a bunch of lightning out there still. There's a chance that we get a severe dose warning on this at some point here. Although I'm looking at the storm from Milwaukee's radar instead of Chicago, so. Probably don't have as strong as winds as what the Milwaukee radar is showing. Holy. You know, I will say there is some purple in this. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some small hail with this. I just realized I have not put a truck of milk in here. Man, I think there's another truck of milk behind the rest of the truck of milk in here. Stand up! There we go. Now fighting with chocolate milks. Trying to stand them up in my fridge. I have one more Gatorade left. Corner of my mouth where my wisdom tooth is shifted is still. Like at this point, it's not like pain, but just like a weird gap. And they're allowing that tornado warning over in Michigan to expire. And then they issue another tornado warning. All the way up here. There's an area rotation right in there. Let's see, for Mesick, Beef Lake Township, Mayfield Township, Buckley, Kingsley, all the way up to Union Township. Bro, what is with the Union, town's name Union State being a tornado warnings? And it's starting to heal over here, apparently. Hold on 1 second. Alright. You guys probably heard my weather radio go off. Or for $half size hail. So if you got anything in terms of this tornado warning storm in Michigan. We actually do have a good hook going on here with this as well. Alright, so here's the severe storm that now I'm in here. Warned for $half size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. There was actually some hail that was, holy! I think there might be lightning outside, guys. Holy! I think there might be lightning. I'm not sure. Trying to focus on every single one of these raindrops. Holy crap. So I don't know how, because I know I have my sensitivity all the way up on my microphone, but I don't know how much got picked up on my mic with the hail that was hitting the side of the window over here. Cause it was, I mean, it's odd. I know it was audible, obviously, outside of everything, but yeah. Some strong wind gusts coming out of this little section here over near Elgin. So I got an area of rotation near west northwest of Manton, Michigan here. Damn. And we have a new tornado warning. It's just over near Grand Rapids. I see this one's how long actually? No, this is a new one. We had Caledonia a different tornado warning. All right, but this is a new tornado warning at Caledonia's in Harris Creek, Brown Center, Bound. No, that's not Brown. That's Bound Center, Elmdale, Lowell, and Whitneyville in Oklahoma. We also have a tornado warning over in Oklahoma too. This one's in Michigan here. You see your strong velocities on the side. Ow. I hate when hiccups do that. It's on the side of the. I was about to say on the side over here of the radar, but you know, I had a hiccup that decided be painful for no reason. All right, we have a tornado warning over here in Tulsa, near Tulsa. Actually, is actually technically Tulsa in this. Oh no, Tulsa is in this. So you got Jenks, Broken Arrow, Catoosa, Fair Oaks. I swear, Oklahoma loves to do stuff at night when it comes to severe weather. There is a has cam in this area, so I'll get that up. Actually, areas here down on this line storm here that could be QLC, potentially QLCS tornado threat here, but we'll keep an eye on that. There's a storm over near Independence, Kansas that just fired off as well. There's severe storms over in, well, one severe storm in Kansas, but there's severe storm watch in Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and Iowa. And there's a new tornado warning for Carson City. All the way up here. Oh, wow. Yeah, this actually has a tornado on it. We're back to have a confirmed tornado again. Once again, this is a tornado that's on the ground in Michigan, going northeast towards Barnett and Carson City. Close out this camera. That's over in Tulsa. And we have a confirmed tornado over in Tulsa, too. Yeah, there's your debris center right in there. Which, it has lifted at this point for, in terms of a tornado being on the ground, but yeah, we had a brief tornado in Oklahoma. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep GR2 on the threat over in Oklahoma, and then I'll keep an eye on the threat over here in Michigan on weather-wise. I think that's how I can split up this what I'm doing here. And we still looks like we have a tornado on the ground, just going east. Well, it's going east, but it's going just south of Carson City. And we have a new tornado warning as well, just the south of the tornado warning that has a confirmed tornado warning in Tulsa. So this is for Bixby, Winetta, and Coweta. Nothing on the ground on that one for right now, but that is a tornado warned storm right now that has rotation on it. You also see a tornado threat on that. And we have extension on that tornado radar indicated rotation. Surprised they didn't keep it confirmed, considering we still seems like we have a debris signature on this. All right, let's get here. Maple Rapids, Duplain, Elise, Ashley, and Perryton in Michigan. Wow, yeah, we are ramping up in tornadoes again here. No tornado pos. Well, there actually no, there is a tornado pos tag on this. I was about to say we don't have a tornado pos tag, but we do have a tornado pos tag on this. And that is side lobe contamination because nothing there on in terms of reflectivity. So. Alright, so it doesn't seem like we have anything in terms of tornadoes on the ground now. Might check what we got in terms of tornado warnings here. They have condensed this tornado warned storm here. They still have the observe tag on it. Still got strong rotation on it just south of Carson City. Check back up on this one here too. Broader rotation in the last few scans it looks like. Another severe swing down here for 6 mile per hour winds. No tornado pulse tag on that. Let's still watch for a tornado threat down the line too. I think a lot. This feels like June right now with the MCSs that we're seeing right now. We also do have a new tornado warning over here for Clarksville, Freeport, Colton, Woodland, and Lake Odessa. One of them they dropped the observer tag on in Oklahoma, which I think was this one. All right, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. Check Discord again. Still got a strong rotation. Not seeing the debris signature on this now. Still got a strong rotation over near Bryce, Michigan at this point, though. Apparently our mid-level lapse rates are pretty decent still. Low levels are obviously dropping, but, I mean... just the environment that we still have is absolutely just insane with how unstable it is. We no longer have a confirmed tornado. We have a bunch of tornado warnings, though, still. Are you sure? There's more storms that are initiating on the backside of these storms here. So another one just popped up over DeKalb. We got storms that are starting to initiate just the south of these storms here over near like Plainfield to Saratoga. Although these are probably more like showers and heavy showers right now. They condensed this tornado warning, but still have strong rotation over near Bryce and Parrington in Michigan on this one here. We go back down to Oklahoma while we're at it. Definitely just got some strong wind gusts now with this area here with the tornado warned portion of the storm here, and maybe some rotation here near Leonard, Oklahoma. I wonder what our well, I think I was looking at earlier. 7 tornado ports, 81 wind, 2 significant. 22, not 24, 204 hail, 38 of those being large. This is on unfiltered. Let's take a look at that filtered. So, on filtered, there's not as many hail ports, but I mean, there's still a good bunch of them. So, 85 hail ports, and 17 of those being large hail, 58 wind reports, 3 of those being high wind, and 6 tornado ports. And then five of those tornado ports being in Wisconsin, and one of those being Iowa with the filtered reports, at least for tornado reports. On unfiltered, we had 2 reports from the first tornado that we had for today in Iowa, over in where was it at? Over near Eldora. And there's already lightning with this already just little cell that just popped up too. Yeah, much weaker, broader and weaker rotation on this tornado warning storm now. So that's likely not to continue at this point. Some of my fan, I mean, probably been at. I mean, it's been going this entire stream, but some of my fan blowing air to make sure it's cool in my room here, so I'm not absolutely just dying in my room. I think we definitely could get a another tornado on this potentially, just regarding how strong these velocities have been for a while at this point. Although whether or not that does tighten up a little bit more than what it's at right now, remains to be seen. But the flood watch here, which is, I'm guessing there's a river or something here. Following rivers in Wisconsin, Illinois. Fox River lower near New Munster, affecting Kenosha and Lake counties. And we just had a few tornado warnings just expire out just now, which we should be down to, I think, 3 of this. So we'll be down to 3 tornado warnings, I think. Maybe 3 or 4 tornado warnings. If they actually don't disappear, maybe. New tornado warning in Michigan. This is going to be for down here. You have another area of tight rotation. For Fowler, St. John's, Duplain, and Ovid in Michigan. Transform relative. We're sitting at 4 tornado warnings. 3 of those are expiring with the next, well, not 3, but 2 of them are expiring with the next 2 minutes here. We still got the tornado tornado warning down here in Oklahoma. With the big old superdose warning with a tornado pause tag on it. Alright, another tornado warning just to the north here. This will be for... Actually, is this condensed? No, as a new one. Let's see, for Ashley, Sickles, and Edgewood in Michigan. Probably got an extension on this at some point, probably, because this is in Grand Rapids area here. Alright, we know... never mind. I was supposed to say we no longer have a tornado warning in Oklahoma, but no, we still have one. That's going to be going for a while still. About a little less than half hour. check on our CC if they have anything on correlation coefficient, which is to see where debris is at. Which so far we don't really have anything, so mainly just areas that are rotating right now. Oh, I thought they issued a tornado warning on top of tornado warning. I mean, they've done that. I know there's I know that's happened before, but that's not the case there. They dropped the tornado pulse tag. It looks like on this spirit dust warning here, so looks like it's just mainly wind out of that activity. There is a gust front. Looks like that just shot out of this, so this section here is probably starting to slow down a little bit, and this section though is still gonna be going for a while probably. It looks like the tornado warning in Oklahoma is gone now, so now it's just Michigan tornado warnings now. I am keeping an eye on that area rotation over near Edgewood and Sickles. Now we're kind of far from radar, but that does seem to be an area of concern when it comes to tornado potential here. Looks like they'll let that tornado warning expire out, and then they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning ahead of it for mainly wind. Still surprised they have not extended a tornado warning on this one up here. Yeah, at least. And there's the extension on that tornado warning. Alright, there we go. That tornado warning is going to be going for an hour. This includes Brant, St. Charles, Swan Creek, Hemlock, and Lakefield in Michigan. That tornado warning is going to be going for a whole hour. Checking down here. We do have a new tornado warning down here in Oklahoma. See for Leoletta, Rocky Point, Neodesha, and Chotao, Oklahoma. a tight area rotation here, looks like. To be going northeast. That's a weird arrow I just drew. Perhaps some side lobe contamination on this, but I think we do have at least some strong rotation on this tornado warning storm here over near Fordney, Michigan here. Not sure what this was updated for. Sphere Dusher warning, it looks like, on top of these here with tornado pause tag. And of course, I say all 60-mile-per-hour winds being possible. I mean, I'm surprised if this gets a tornado warning extension on this one down here. There is rotation on this one near Price, Michigan. check back up on our Oklahoma tornado warning storm down here. Much broader rotation, and I mean, it's been kind of broad rotation the entire way for the most part, other than maybe when it was around there, but pretty broad rotation at this point. Well, that's what I've been talking about for a while at this point. It's just rotation, 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 rotation. We do have a new tornado warning that is just north of Kalamazoo. We got this tornado warning includes Allegan, Osseo, Plainwell, Watson, and Martin in Michigan as well. Got air that's rotating near just north of Cheshire Center there. And then they did end up extending a tornado warning, which includes Langsburg, Maurice, Bancroft, Bennington, Durand, Vernon, and Michigan. It's gonna be going for an hour as well. A lot of these tornado warnings are definitely gonna be going for a long time. 12:30 a.m. That's 11:30 p.m. Central. Ow, my arm. A couple tornado warnings just expired out in Michigan. We still got 3 warnings still going on. One in Oklahoma. Probably contamination, but it does look like we have strong rotation near Brant. There is a new tornado warning somewhere. Where's this at? Durand, Michigan. Which is all the way down here, which I know I mentioned that earlier. How am I showing as a new... Unless I already... I'm losing track of some of these tornado warnings. Yeah, I already mentioned that earlier. I think. If not, that is a tornado warning that was just issued 7 minutes ago. So, strong rotation on this too. Definitely, quite the quite the few QLCS tornadoes over here in Michigan for sure. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a few brief ones, as this MCS has been moving through. That is seriously some strong rotation. I would not be surprised if we had well, Storm Relative kind of takes out the rest of the equation for what's going on, so we don't have as tight rotation. Definitely some strong RFD though. Not about, well, maybe not take out the rest of the equation is the right wording for that, but basically allows us to see rotation a little bit easier. Holy, that was a lot of alerts going at once from IEM and also weather-wise. Check GR2, see what kind of reports. We had a 85, is that 84? Not 65 mile per hour wind. Oh wait, I'm looking at Tulsa. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, we had a 80 mile per hour wind gust over at the airport in Grand Rapids. More hail reports coming out of South Elgin and Killstream and whatnot. A lot of hail reports out of DeKalb and Sycamore. Area near Otsego is definitely a concern for sure. Although it is not super tight area rotation, but it is rotating. And the tornado over here just went observed. Weather spot confirmed. Looking at our over Otsego. Kind of figured that we had rotation. Didn't think it was super tight though in terms of rotation. So we're back to having a confirmed tornado on the ground in Michigan. It looks like they canceled out the tornado warning over in Oklahoma. So we're back down to just having tornado warnings in Michigan now. 3 tornado warnings in Michigan, which one of them has some strong velocities up here near St. Charles, Michigan here. I would not be surprised if something's trying to drop over here. Particularly a strong one, perhaps. drying out my right eye with this fucking fan. And they reissued a new tornado warning over in Oklahoma. This is for Summit, including Summit, Muskogee, Fort Gibson, and Pumpkin Center in Oklahoma. That's gonna be on for an hour, so that's gonna be going till 11:45 p.m. Central. And there's a new tornado warning all the way up here. That's also going on for an hour too. There is a debris signature over near Alicia, Michigan now. Looks like we had a strong air rotation, and then kind of, if we did have a tornado, it was very, very brief. And we have extension of this tornado warning here, which includes Prairieville and Assyria. They dropped this down from reserved. They have dropped this stealth. Actually, no, the stealth got confirmed on this, but this is radar indicated. Ugh. This tornado warning is definitely getting extended at some point here. Not sure there's running no tornado pulse tag on it. There's this one though that does have tornado pulse tag, however. Although this one did get condensed though, so this is probably just these are probably just zero dose warnings ahead of the line. Considering we have a QLCS tornado threat going through Michigan right now. Some severe storms out here in Kansas and Nebraska and also Iowa too. Looks like Iowa's getting a round 2 for severe storms and severe storms. It looks like they finally dropped this tornado warning to the west of this one here. Obviously, this is probably still going to continue for a while. We do have a lot of like clear air ahead, clear air ahead of this hook here, so this definitely could produce again here. They haven't issued a tornado warning yet, or at least extension for one on this one yet. This one, I'm not sure if this one's really going to continue, to be honest. This one could get canceled out. We'll see. Eyes are burning. Yeah, definitely a surge of wind at this point. I mean, not to say that we could get extension on tornado warning, but I think at this point it's just gonna be severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. They did update this for 70-mile-per-hour winds, so they are keeping a tornado policy on that as well. And they canceled the tornado warning up there, it looks like. Kind of figured they would do that. They're probably letting this go till it expires out, probably. Unless they end up canceling that one like they did with this one up here, I have no idea. Keep an eye on some of the storms over here too, but I think for the most part, I mean, a lot of this is going to be flood threat at this point over in northeastern Illinois. All right, down to two tornado warnings now. One in Michigan and then the other in Oklahoma. Which the one in over here in Michigan, which is over near Prairieville. This one, well, I mean, it's definitely gonna continue for a while, probably. I mean, it's still got 32 minutes on it, but definitely, if would not be surprised if it does end up getting extended out here. If it's still rotating as it makes its way east. So let's check back up on the tornado storm over in Oklahoma real quick. Which it looks like we had tighter rotation, but looking at the latest scans, not as, I mean, there might be some rotation still left in there, but it's definitely not as tight as it was earlier. Much more broad in terms of rotation. A lot more outflow dominant compared to having an inflow. Definitely seeing a bit more broad rotation. Not as let me go back a little bit with the scans. Not as tight as it was earlier. So we'll see how that looks within, I guess, the next 10, 15 minutes, I would say, and we'll go from there. Also, still gotta watch the area here near Grand Blanc, because that's another. This was tornado warned earlier. It had rotation, but I think we still have at least maybe perhaps some broader rotation there too. But we'll see. They do have a tornado pause tag and 70 mile per hour winds being possible with that. And there's really not much left in terms of rotation on this anymore. They did keep the tornado warning going. It and they condensed it, but they're keeping tornado warning going. Probably in case that does end up converging again and having rotation on it. Looks like they canceled out weather watch number 109, which is the tornado watch over here. Oh no, wait. Yeah, it's the tornado watch that was over here. Which has been gone for a while at this point, but mainly flood threat over here now. Severe threat has moved over to Michigan and Nebraska, Kansas, and Iowa again. And of course, we have the severe threat in Oklahoma, which will eventually make its way over to Arkansas and Missouri. So that'll be something to watch for as well. They issued a serial destroying to our past tag with 6 mile per wait. Here this guy condensed or oh yeah, this guy condensed. Okay, I'm like, wait a minute. And they have issued a severe dust warning. No tornado pause tag on it. Core size hail, 6 mile per winds being possible. Holy amount of alerts I just got on IEM. Which is this right here. I just sent the link I just sent to that. Checking Discord. Oh man. Wow, was my phone that dropped on the floor this time? That's a first. Severe dust storm watch was issued somewhere. I'm guessing it was extension to the severe dust watch over here. Yeah, for portions of southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas, which there is actually a camera over here in Salam Springs, Arkansas. They might be able to see some light on, perhaps. Wow, just a casual lightning, little lightning there that happened in Tulsa. Meanwhile, all the other lightning strikes are happening in on the line over here. And we have another tornado warning, which I think is gonna be, yeah, it's in Oklahoma again. Which they're extending a tornado warning for this, which I could kind of see some kind of rotation here, but it's still pretty broad for the most part. That's gonna be going for an hour. So that's gonna be 12:30 in the morning. That's gonna be going till. Which this tornado warning includes Tahlequah, Keys, Tentacular, Tail Hall, Spade Mountain, England, Christie, and Proctor, Oklahoma. Air rotation would be near Zeb and Midori, Oklahoma. And they condense the tornado warning and continue this one. It's interesting how they do tornado warnings where they issue a new one, but then they condense the old tornado warning into the new tornado warning. I don't know. It's quite some. A lot of severe dust warnings up here, that's for sure. New severe dust warning for mainly 6 mile per hour winds there. Alright, once this tornado warning in Michigan either expires out or cancels out, probably wrap up for tonight. But I'll be honest, I am exhausted. Buzz. Like, I saw a lab. Like, wait a minute, what is that? Not sure they're saying all the way up here in Wisconsin again for a core-sized hail. Excuse me. As far as this tournament hasn't been canceled out yet, or some. Still seems like we have an area here near Tahlequah. Still looks like it's. I mean, it's still rotating, trying to produce some, but it's not super tight rotation. More storms initiating over in Iowa too. We got there. I would not surprised if by morning we have multiple different like linear lines of storms. We got one MCS in Oklahoma, another one in Michigan, and it's gonna be heading to Indiana, Ohio. We got another one probably over between Kansas, Omaha, not Omaha, Nebraska, and Iowa. Alright, and they cancel out that tornado warning in Michigan. So now I just have the tornado warnings in Oklahoma. Which I would say there's probably local news going on right now. And probably some other people who are live, like Ryan Hall and Max Vosley, still alive too. But I will leave this stream off here for tonight. Might be live again tomorrow. There's a chance I'll probably be live again tomorrow. I don't know when tomorrow though, but so because here's your tornado threat tomorrow in Oklahoma, and then here's your wind threat, which extends from Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up to the same areas we had a threat today in Iowa, Illinois, and all that. And the hail threat is mainly focused towards Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and all that down here. But there is a 15% that does extend all the way up here, the same areas that we've seen today. Or at least similar areas that we've seen today, I should say. And they've issued another severe thunderstorm watch. Areas that we've seen earlier and more severe weather, looks like. But anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream, which probably will tomorrow. We'll see. Stay safe out there. And have multiple ways to get alerts.